Good morning, and please be seated. I'm Dr. Patricia O'Connell-Killen, Gonzaga University's Academic Vice President, and as such, it is my privilege to welcome all of you, our graduates, their families and friends, our faculty, regents, trustees, and all honored guests to Gonzaga University's 120th commencement at this, the conclusion of our 125th anniversary year. On behalf of the university, I want to extend a special welcome to the families and friends of you, our graduates, many of whom have come here from long distances to join in this public acknowledgement of your achievements, achievements of which you and they are justifiably proud. We are honoring more than 1,000 graduating seniors this morning, and the support of your family and friends has been vital to your being able to complete the hard work that has brought you to this day. This is a day to celebrate, not only for you, our graduates, but for all of us who are assembled here with you. At this time, I ask that you please stand and join the Big Bing Theory, Gonzaga's own a cappella group, in singing the American national anthem. 5 members of the Big Bing Theory are graduating today. We ask that you remain standing after the national anthem for the invocation.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It is now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Joy Milos of the Sisters of the Congregation of St. Joseph and Professor of Religious Studies, who will give the invocation.
Sister Macrina Whitaker describes blessing in this way. To bless a person, place, or thing means to leave a little bit of yourself with them. It means to leave some of your energy, your power, and goodness behind you, or to send it on ahead. And at the end of this 125th anniversary year of celebrating tradition and transformation, we gather to celebrate the blessings we have received and have become for one another, and so we pray. Holy God, gracious one, we gathered to bless you for the many gifts of this academic journey, those we've recognized and those we have yet to discover. We bless you, Holy Mystery, for the people in our lives who have enabled us to be here, to learn, to grow. Family, friends, faculty, those whose energy and goodness have supported us. We bless you, Just One, for inviting us to be passionate in laboring for the needs of the most vulnerable in our society. Help our desire for peace and justice continue to grow strong in our hearts and communities. We bless you, creator of this wondrous cosmos, and ask that you give us eyes to see your beauty in the creation that surrounds us, and give us a passion to care for your world. And we ask you, loving God, in whom we live and move and have our being, that you continue to bless us. May you, O Holy One, who loves us beyond our imagining, make us bearers of that love in all we do and wherever we go, as we continue to discover the transformation that you have begun in us already and in all the days of our lives. Amen.
Thank you, Sister Joy. Would everyone please be seated? The university will now confer honors on students who have demonstrated the highest academic achievement. Each year on this occasion, Gonzaga University presents the Senior Class Award. This award is the gift of the university to the member of the class of 2013 who has maintained the highest scholastic record during his or her senior year. This coveted award is presented to Hope Louise Keeney. Will Hope please join Dr. McCullough on the stage? Hope is a history major, and she is graduating with a Bachelor of Arts degree with distinction this morning. The title of her senior thesis is Impeachment in American History. Hope comes from San Anselmo, California, and she began her college career at Carleton College before transferring to Gonzaga. She excels in golf and has been a golf instructor for children. While at Gonzaga, Hope worked in our alumni relations area. She held an internship position with a global commercial real estate firm last summer and is currently exploring the job market. Congratulations, Hope. On this occasion, Gonzaga University presents the William A. Garrigan S.J. Award, which is the gift of the university in memory of Father William Garrigan of the Society of Jesus. This award is bestowed upon the member of the class of 2013 who has maintained the highest scholastic record during 4 years at Gonzaga. This coveted award is being presented to Cynthia Wu. Cynthia, please join Dr. McCullough at the podium. Cynthia is receiving her Bachelor of Science degree summa cum laude with a major in mathematics and a minor in computer science. During her 4 years at Gonzaga University, she has participated in a research project with Dr. Tom McKenzie, chair of the mathematics department. She recently was awarded funds to attend a national mathematics conference in Boston at which she presented a poster about her research. Last summer, Cynthia attended a Research Experiences for Undergraduate program at the University of Washington, a highly competitive program. She will continue her education in the fall at the University of Washington, where she will pursue graduate studies in applied mathematics. Congratulations, Cynthia. And now, I invite Mr. Felix Aripa to join Dr. McCullough at the center of the stage. Today, we are pleased to confer honors on Felix Aripa, a man who many years ago was pursuing an engineering degree at Gonzaga University when he chose to cut short his studies to serve the United States Navy during World War II. Throughout his life, Felix Aripa has continued to serve. As an engineer, he served his people and community by building many of the roads on the Coeur d'Alene Reservation. He has served as a tribal interpreter. He has served as a tribal judge. He was elected to the tribal council and served as tribal chair. Mr. Aripa has continued to serve as he teaches and consults for the Coeur d'Alene Language Revitalization Program, as well as serving as advisor to a multitude of programs and projects that serve the interrelated constituencies of his tribe, the region, and the environment. Mr. Aripa has received many awards and much praise as a Coeur d'Alene elder and environmental and social justice advocate. What Felix Aripa teaches us is what it is to be fully human, wholly present in terms of place, mind, body, and spirit. He reminds us that the fight for justice for humans, animals, and the land is ongoing. It is certainly Gonzaga University's great honor to claim Felix Aripa as our own esteemed son as we confer on him today the degree of Doctor of Laws honoris causa. Congratulations, Dr. Arepa. And now it is my privilege to introduce our commencement speaker. Dr. Thane McCullough is Gonzaga University's 26th president. A psychologist by discipline, he received his bachelor's degree from Gonzaga and his doctoral degree from Oxford University. Dr. McCullough has served the university in numerous positions over his more than 2 decades of professional affiliation with Gonzaga. And so he brings to his work as president intimate knowledge of the inner workings of the organization and a profound understanding and passionate commitment to the mission and the Jesuit heritage of Gonzaga. He is equally skilled at engaging difficult policy issues with our trustees and discussing matters of justice with our students. Dr. McCullough is a nationally recognized leader in Jesuit higher education. As is his custom, Dr. McCullough will undoubtedly be roaming the halls of his old haunt, Catherine Monica Hall, at 7:30 a.m., just prior to the arrival of new freshmen this coming fall. And perhaps some of you who are graduating today may remember encountering him there at the beginning of your time at Gonzaga in the fall of 2009. Please join me in welcoming our president and commencement speaker, Dr. Thane McCullough.
Academic Vice President Killen, Elder Dr. Arepa, Father Provincial, Trustee Chair Fritz Wolf, trustees and regents, vice presidents and deans, members of the faculty, distinguished family members, and honored guests, and most especially the graduating members of the class of 2013. What an honor it is to be with you on this glorious morning as we together celebrate your momentous achievements. On this special day, let us first take a moment to thank someone who has been very important in each of our lives. On this day, we remember and we celebrate those who are or have been mom to us. I'd like to ask all of the mothers here today to please rise and let us recognize you on this Mother's Day. Now, seniors, you will be happy to know that I do not intend to speak long. I understand the virtue of this from my own experience. Of all the graduation speeches I have ever heard, I would have difficulty recalling much of anything that was said at any of them. But this is our last opportunity to be together, so today I want to talk about journeys and corners and finally connections. Let's start with you, Gonzaga's class of 2013. You have many outstanding attributes and multiple firsts. The largest class ever to come to Gonzaga, the first to occupy Coghlan Hall, and today, the largest class ever to graduate from Gonzaga. Barely 24 hours after arriving, your class was the first to set a world record for the largest dodgeball game ever played. During your senior year, Gonzaga ranked #1 for the first time in university history. #1 team in the nation and #1 seed in NC2A Division I's men's basketball, #1 ranked university for number of alumni serving in the Peace Corps. Hey, this was the year that Kid President picked Gonzaga to win it all. And Conan O'Brien called Gonzaga out at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, even if he did mispronounce it. These and so many others are all achievements that will forever be part of the story that is your class and your time at Gonzaga. Do you remember the summer before your freshman year? What was it at that point that you were looking forward to about being in college or getting out of college? Was it the new people you would meet? Was it leaving home? The freedom of being out all night if you wanted to? Was it the opportunity to work and learn and maybe study abroad? Was it the awesome college food? Do you remember your dreams? Everyone has a dream at the beginning of college. I can only guess at your dreams, but I do remember my own. It's well known that I am myself a proud graduate of Gonzaga University, and I have never wavered in my conviction that Gonzaga prepared me well. Following my undergraduate work, I did graduate work at Oxford, which explains the admittedly snappy yet distinctively European outfit that I wear today. But I assure you, those who knew me in my younger years would not have predicted that I would ever graduate from college, much less become a college president. Given what I do today, a lot of people would never guess at my troubled teenage past or the fact that I was living on my own by the time I was 16. What is even less well known about my own journey is that before coming to Gonzaga, I enlisted and served 3 years in the U.S. Army. Now, you have to understand something here. First of all, through my teenage years, I was absolutely committed to the idea of peace. And I took part in various peace and justice-related activities in Seattle, a lot of which were connected to the Catholic community. Second, and I know you're going to have to use your imagination here, I did not sport then the buff, athletic physique you see before you today. I was a tall but pretty thin and scrawny kid, weighing in at about 148 pounds with my shoes on. Since we have an ROTC battalion right here on our campus, some of you may have noticed that they engage in like lots of running and physical training. So the announcement that I was joining the Army hit my friends like, "What? You're doing what?" But with a less than stellar high school career behind me and making no money at the odd jobs I was able to scrounge up, I saw the Army as perhaps the only way of earning any real money for college. When I showed up for basic training at Fort Jackson, South Carolina, in the middle of a hot, hot summer, my stellar physical underpreparedness nearly did me in. I could not jog for long. I could do some sit-ups, but the most push-ups that I could manage at my initial physical training test, and this is true, was 4. 4 push-ups. A little later that afternoon, I was called into the staff office, and it was explained to me that I was being washed out. "Son," the battalion commander said, "I am sorry. We are sending you home. There's no way you're going to be able to pass the PT tests with only 6 weeks in front of us." There are moments in every person's life where we are confronted with choices that, regardless which choice is made, will define one's future from that point forward. This was one of those moments for me. I saw my dream of going to college dissolving in front of me and recognizing that it could not get any worse. I found courage in that moment. Looking directly in the eye of that battalion commander, I said, "No. No, sir. I can do it. I know I can." The short version of this story is that I persuaded to let me stay, and I persevered and I made it through basic, but that's not actually the point of my sharing this with you this morning. The point is what making it next made possible. After weeks of training, I was eventually assigned to Fort Polk, Louisiana. Fort Polk, which is in the middle of the state, actually pretty much in the middle of nowhere, was favored by the Army because the environment most closely emulated the terrain and climate of Southeast Asia. We all used to make jokes about the mosquitoes. You know how the mosquitoes are so big, you have to use chain link fencing for your window screens. But worse than the mosquitoes was the miserable heat and the humidity, and not to be ignored, the cockroaches. And yet, despite my expectations, and actually without any certainty that I would actually survive all of this, something very unexpected but formative happened to me as I came to witness and learn about an America that I had not previously known. I developed deep friendships with fellow soldiers who taught me, sometimes harshly, how vast the divides that separate different segments of our culture actually are. I learned about truck maintenance from really talented mechanics whose technical manuals were created by the government specifically for soldiers who could not read. I discovered just how many of my fellow Americans came from poverty so pervasive and so deeply embedded that it was simply the only reality they had ever known or would ever expect to know. No dreams of college for them. When I think about those years, I realize that I had been given 3 gifts which were essential to my survival through that period. First, my faith in a God who was always with me. Second, people of genuine character with whom I had been blessed enough to discover the possibilities in life. And third, the experience of actually attempting and sometimes succeeding at the unimaginable. These 3 elements empowered me to stop focusing on my limitations and start imagining the kind of life that I really wanted to live. My experiences in the military helped me to understand the power and importance of self-determination. It also underscored for me the relationship between educational attainment and access to a better life. My experiences of the military helped me to realize how profoundly stratified our society is and what a difference formal education starting early in our lives can make in the paths that are open to us, the possibilities that are attainable. It was that experience, my time in the military, that inspired me not only to pursue my own education, it ultimately motivated me to work at a university where education operates as justice in action and where the belief that such action can transform lives is understood and valued and pursued by its members. Whether you were aware of it or not over these past 4 years, I have been keeping my eye on you. What we celebrated together that first weekend you arrived at Gonzaga was a defining moment that was the result of many choices you had made. I'm reasonably sure that you have long since forgotten how nervous you all were and certainly looked those first few days on campus. But think back to those first nights in the residence hall and those weird interactions you had with people in the COG or in Crosby, and it will start to come back to you. During your time at GU, I've been connected with your faculty, read the reports from campus security, learned about Gonzaga confessions, hello, and had the privilege of spending individual time with some of you. I have seen that along the path of your own journeys. There have been some times of struggle and of frustration and even of failure. And the importance of failure should not be ignored. It may sound paradoxical at a time when our culture affirms the importance of constant success, but my hope is that your time at Gonzaga has afforded you not only opportunities to succeed, but opportunities to fail. For an important part of the Jesuit educational experience includes building tenacity, a resilience of character that is only born out of being humbled, and a capacity that comes with pulling oneself back together and trying again when one does not first succeed. But look at all that you have accomplished. You're incredible. All the work you've undertaken, all the projects that you have been a part of, the clubs and the organizations that you have formed, and the ways you've come together to support each other in good times and in bad. This class has proven since the beginning and then throughout what can happen when people unite around a common cause. Remember Westboro Baptist Church? You've declared majors, made retreats, switched majors, studied abroad, switched majors, Mission Possible, and in alternative spring breaks, travel abroad again, NC2A tournaments. The places that you have gone and the service you have performed and the hope that you have along the way inspired in so many people that you will never know. I hope that among the most important things you have learned out of your journey through Gonzaga is that you are far more unique, significant, and powerful than you might once have realized at the beginning. I hope that through the courses you've taken, you see more clearly now that the context within which we hear and see and interpret things, that context does matter. Through retreats and liturgies, I hope that you've seen that reflecting on who one is, what God means to me, and what one has learned in the process does make a difference in a person's life. That being in a healthy relationship is not so much about what's in it for me, but rather who am I for you, and mutual accountability. that being kind and generous are easy when things are going well, but difficult and yet particularly important when things are tough. That there is always, always, always someone whose situation is more difficult, more challenging than our own. And this calls us then to be very mindful about the way that we treat our sisters and our brothers. My hope is that you now know that the search for truth is really not the same as Googling Wikipedia, and that you are loved and have discovered that the joy of truly loving someone really does carry with it the risk of hurting or getting hurt, but that risk does not make love any less worthwhile. I hope that this journey has taught you that true understanding, true depth, true knowledge is a reward reserved for the courageous, and that courage is an essential element of a life worth living. The Roman philosopher Seneca observed, "We do not learn for school, but for life." And in this sense, you will continue to demonstrate the value of what you have learned at Gonzaga, not only throughout your life, but with your life. You, distinct from all the people who will graduate from universities this spring, are the graduates of Gonzaga University's class of 2013. Your intellectual gifts, your meaningful accomplishments, the knowledge and the skills and the habits of heart and mind that you have absorbed, these have earned you the credentials that today you will be granted. But these credentials come with some strings attached. As products of this Jesuit university, I challenge you now to continue to bring together all of your wisdom, all of your experiences, and to lead lives of integrity. To use your imagination and your influence to create new solutions, new pathways for good, and to help others who have no power. And to rely upon your remarkable voices to speak on behalf of those who have no voice. In a few minutes, each one of you will come up onto this stage. One by one, your name will be called, and each one of you will be celebrated as an individual. But you'll notice that we do not use the term graduation. We use the term commencement. Today we celebrate what someone I have known for many years calls a corner, a particular point along the road where we have to make a turn. But it's also a point that allows us at the same time to look both backwards and forwards. Today is a day that we look back and say, look at all that you and we together have done to prepare you for this moment. And it is also a day on which we also look forward and we exclaim, you are ready. Today in this space we have come together in a defining moment. And after today, when each of you disperses into the particular, unique future that awaits, I hope you remember that one gift that Gonzaga has given to you, should you choose to accept it. The knowledge that you, specifically, are a unique and amazing individual, but you are never alone. All these days and weeks and months living and working and playing side by side have given you an opportunity to learn from one another about so many things that will be really important from this point forward. Keep connected to one another and keep connected to us so that as you go forth and set the world on fire with your gifts, You can teach us what you discover. At periodic intervals throughout your life, you will find yourself at other corners, points at which you again must make a turn, and where you have the opportunity to look backwards and forwards. On those occasions, the horizon will look different than it does today, and so too will your answer to the question, which path do I next choose? Then, however, the answer will have been informed by decisions you will make beginning today. And class of 2013, if those decisions are anything as impressive or as audacious or as auspicious as your achievements over the past 4 years have been, then they will change the world. It has been my honor to serve as your president during these past 4 years. Thank you for the gift of your presence, your companionship, and your love for one another and for your university. Congratulations, class of 2013.
Thank you, Dr. McCullough. Each year, the senior class chooses one of its members to speak on its behalf to the commencement audience. This year's senior speaker is Centered Israel. Born to confidence and devotion, Israel, the youngest of 7 children, Centered comes from the small town of North Point, Washington, graduating as valedictorian from a high school class of 15 students. Centered came to Gonzaga University for academic rigor and to become a part of the Gonzaga family. Beyond academics and research in sociology, Centered enjoys the outdoors, specifically hiking and camping, and devotes himself to those who are close to him. Centered will continue his pursuit of a career in academics by attending Portland State University for a Master of Science in Sociology degree. Please welcome our student speaker, Centered Israel.
Dr. Killen, Dr. McCullough, Dr. Aripa, and to the trustees, faculty, administration, and staff who make this event possible. First and foremost, thank you. Thank you for your hard work in both coordinating this celebration and making this possible for all of us graduates. We are very appreciative of your dedication to the importance and tradition of this commencement ceremony. To our mothers, today is a day when we honor you for your empathy, your guidance, and your sacrifice. This sea of blue and white before you is a testament to the impact you have had on us. On behalf of your children sitting before you, happy Mother's Day, and we love you very much. To our families who form a halo of support around us, you have created, encouraged, and shaped a beautiful, beautiful group of adults. Your children, brothers, sisters, mothers and fathers, and even grandparents sitting before you have proven time and time again that they are devoted to humanity and have an insatiable thirst for knowledge. On behalf of the 120th graduating class of Gonzaga University, thank you. To the masters of your disciplines, who have educated not only our minds, but have also opened up our eyes to the countless intricacies that riddle our lives. I cannot promise you that we will change the world. Nor can I promise you that we have absorbed what we should have, will go as far in life as we should, or make you beam with pride when you get news of our accomplishments. But what I can promise you is that we will never forget those of you who have brushed up against our hearts and who have shown us how to learn, how to reason, and how to strive for excellence. As of this moment, you have done all you can. Whatever curriculum is left for us cannot be assigned or fairly assessed. But be assured that we will interpret the world with the abilities you have instilled in us. And for that, we are endlessly grateful. And for that, we are endlessly responsible. Responsible to uphold ourselves in a way that reflects your devotion to humankind's knowledge and how lucky we are to have grown under your watchful eyes, if it was only for 4 short years. On behalf of the 120th graduating class of Gonzaga University, thank you. To you, my fellow graduates, a group of the most wonderful and brilliant human beings who work so very hard in so many ways, who have spent thousands of hours reaching out to those in need, who have spent thousands of hours with academic materials and with each other, mastering your disciplines as well as your personalities. Congratulations. I am honored that we can look amongst each other and see faces that we have passed 100 times before. Faces we call friends, and faces we will be seeing for the rest of our lives. And here we are, together again for one last time before we set out and define ourselves. You have worked very hard for this, and once again, our new journeys are about to begin. But there is a distinct cascade of emotions that accompany the cusp of independence and what we dub as adulthood. Amongst pride, happiness, relief, glee, and ecstatic excitement are emotions that we have been assured time and time again to be negative, to be detrimental to our full potential. We mask our fears with false courage. We hide our insecurities with exaggerated displays of confidence, and we feign contentment as we promise ourselves that we are special, very well knowing there are millions who exceed us. But fear, insecurity, and a lack of contentment are tools that must be utilized if we are to bloom into the distinctive citizens in a world where mediocrity is popularized and where achieving the status quo somehow provides a sense of accomplishment. In order to be receptive to what is expected of us and to the opportunities that will loan themselves to us, vulnerability is essential. And to be vulnerable is to stop being afraid of our imperfections and embrace them in a way that transforms them into our advantages. From here on out, we must embody the epitome of who we genuinely want to be if we want to make the changes we so clearly know need to be made. Is this task difficult? Yes. But is this task impossible? Yes. And that is the greatest gift reality has given us, the gift of being able to strive constantly upwards without being laden down with the disillusionment that we have reached our highest potential. Change does not come when we are confident we are doing enough. Change comes when we realize that we can never truly reach our goals. It is the journey of fighting for and organizing around causes that will produce a new earth, not pretending we have done all we can. It is critical that we never become comfortable, for comfort is a symptom of apathy. Our aspirations are enormous. For all of our lives, our dreams have intertwined with the dreams of the modern world. Dreams of peace, of wealth, influence, and legacy. But we only dream when we lay idly in our beds, curled tight in our quilts. When we awake, we must realize that there is a slow rumbling of many things that we should fear, and yet have the ability to resist and even defeat. During the waking hours, it is of our utmost responsibility to define a new ethic of living, an ethic where we utilize respect and understanding, yet preserve self-appreciation. As we look at the world around us, we can see the signs of a deteriorating planet, and even more regrettable, the deterioration of love and a unified people who strive together for equality, food, water, and happiness for everyone. It is most definitely the positive who will overcome the emotional burdens that stem from being conscious of the many forms of sickness in the world. But it is the critical who will redefine the course of our dynamic species and lead the generations we will eventually begin to raise in a way that inspires respect for all living things and for all living people. 4 years ago, we huddled together in the old kennel, donning our Gonzaga Creed shirts. Dr. McCullough told us to take our ambitions and passions and to light this campus on fire. And we did. But our flames that we have kindled for so long are now needed elsewhere. Now is the time, more than ever, that the world is in need of our light and our warmth. So please, take with you your love, your drive, your light, your beautiful selves, and everything that you have embodied, and shine it all over the world. And if enough of us do this, if enough of us let our true light shine through, there will be no more shadows in which evil can hide. And then, and only then, should we curl tight in our quilts. I am honored to stand before you, and even more honored to sit amongst you. We are a group of people who have strived so very hard for this moment, and who hopefully realize the magnitude of our family's devotion to our education and to our future. On behalf of Gonzaga University and your families, instructors, and administrators who beam down on you with pride, congratulations. Now light this world on fire.
Thank you, Centered. During this past year at Gonzaga, our graduating seniors began to think in earnest about their futures. They visited our Career Center and perhaps taken advantage of our GAMP and TREC programs. They have attended job fairs and spoken to potential employers. Some have committed to serve in the military. Some will begin studies toward advanced degrees right away. They've taken admissions tests, filled out applications, and eagerly, sometimes anxiously, waited for the mail to bring them an acceptance letter from graduate law, medical, or dental schools. We know our students are well prepared to begin their careers or pursue education, and we wish them every success. However, there is another smaller group and very special group of students I want to recognize. These are the students who have temporarily set aside their plans for more education or moving immediately into the workplace. They have decided they will spend the next year or perhaps two serving in a volunteer capacity with organizations such as the Jesuit Volunteer Corps, Teach for America, Franciscan Volunteers, AmeriCorps, the Peace Corps, and many other worthy organizations. I'd now invite these students who have accepted positions with volunteer organizations to stand and receive our appreciation for your decision to serve those who are most in need. Be seated. Will Dr. Sue Weitz please join President McCullough at the center of the stage? For over 3 decades, Sue Weitz has served the Gonzaga community. This summer, she will retire, but her contributions will leave a lasting legacy. Our citation reads, "To Sue D. Weitz, Vice President for Student Life, in recognition of 32 years of outstanding service, embodying our values of integrity, commitment, and service. With much respect, gratitude, and fondness, the students, faculty, staff, and your fellow colleagues. Please join me in thanking Sue for her years of dedicated service to Gonzaga University." And now the moment you've all been waiting for. We will proceed to the conferral of degrees. Dr. Blaine Garvin, Interim Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, will present the degree candidates in the College of Arts and Sciences.
President McCullough, Vice President Killen, by the authority vested in Gonzaga University by the state of Washington, it is my pleasure to present to you the candidates for degrees in arts and sciences. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Arts honors degree. Lauren Kathleen Campbell. I should point out, and I'll get used to this in a minute, that's a degree cum laude. She's also receiving a Bachelor of Business Administration. Paul Robert Doran, cum laude. Michael Sinnott Gerbeck, magna cum laude. Alexis Carolyn Rice, magna cum laude. Lily Maxine Sears, magna cum laude. Emily Colleen Slater, magna cum laude. This concludes the conferring of Bachelor of Arts honors degrees. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Arts degree. Sherry Nicole Adams, with distinction. Marissa Christine Alcorn. Jason Michael Allen. Robert Iwao Allen. What's that? Hatun Atharwan, Casey David Ames, Ashley Colleen Anderson, cum laude. Carly Patricia Anderson, cum laude. Ashley Kate Andrews. Robert Anero. Dominique Louis Angelo. Nicole May Apted. Allison Quinn Archer. Erin Jessica Arquette. Caitlin Brianne Asen, cum laude. Christine Elizabeth Oran. Carson Lauren Axterman. Spencer James Babbitt, magna cum laude. Gurkirat Baguri. Christina Marie Bellestre, cum laude. Fallon Danielle Burkett Baraga, cum laude. Michael Ignatius Barfield, magna cum laude. Christopher S. Barr. Rachel Kristen Bechtor, cum laude. Emily Jo Beckelheimer, sorry. Addison James Beckmeyer. Tyler Reed, bike with distinction. Lauren Bell. Genevieve Marie Beltran. Haley Marie Bentler, cum laude. Kyla Rochelle Benwer. Gunnar Christian Berg. Alicia Meaden Berggren. Dorothy Nicolette Bergman. John Michael Burks. Zachary Thomas Birmingham. Christina Dora Bernal, cum laude. Elise Cheney Bess. Cheryl Lynn Bia. Jacob Thomas Bigley. Allison Diane Binversay. Emmerich Bisbee, magna cum laude. Colin Harrison Bishop. Allison Marie Blake, magna cum laude. Samantha Ariel Blake. Ashley Meredith Bass. Will Angel Diaz, Gonzaga University Regent. Please join President McCulloch at the center of the stage. Lauren E. Bonk. Alexander Bonchak. Hannah Noel Bowen, magna cum laude. Colleen Charles Brasich. Bridget Elizabeth Braley, cum laude. Connor Patrick Brainus. Dane Anthony Breslin, magna cum laude. Joseph James Brisson. Audrey Catherine Brown. Sarah Ann Brown, magna cum laude. Patricia Kathleen Bruckbauer, magna cum laude. Stella Elena Bruna. Amber Elaine Brewmeyer. Nicole Catherine Bush, magna cum laude. Madison K. Bush, magna cum laude. Tien Butts. Maria Cristina Caballero. Ryan Patrick Caballero. Eleanor Aline Cahill, magna cum laude. Kayla Francine Kemenzine, magna cum laude. Jennifer Ann Campbell, cum laude. Sheila Elizabeth Canavan. Seth Cameron Carbone. Nancy Bry Carl, magna cum laude. Ingrid Rose Carlson. Neil Olin Carlson. Kevin Patrick Carroll. Kyla Gail Weston Carroll, cum laude. Izeller Deshay Carter Vincent. Lindsay Renee Carver, magna cum laude. Moira Claire Carey, summa cum laude. Chelsea Elisa Kaslovka, cum laude. Alexandra Marie Casano. Rachel Catherine Cernick, cum laude. Morgan Shiva Chambers. Morgan Ann Chandler. Mariana Lisa Charnas, magna cum laude. Colin Andrew Chatterley. Chastity Faye Chipman with distinction. Sinead Maribel Christensen. Heather Nicole Christoph. Yusul Yu Cheng, magna cum laude. Jane Adair Clark. Kylie Ruth Clark, cum laude. Michelle Christine Cleary. Alexandra C. Klaus with distinction. Kendra Marie Cockerham. Anne Marie Comfort, magna cum laude. Grady McKay Conreed, cum laude. Catherine Caldwell Conyers. Andrew Thomas Cook with distinction. Hannah Lee Cooper, summa cum laude. Christine Ann Cordero. Allison Mary Koss. Will Father Bernard Coughlin, University Chancellor, please come join President McCullough at the center of the stage. Carrie Coughlin. Kathleen Elizabeth Covert, cum laude. Meredith Lynn Crenshaw. Yesenia Cuiva Valacina. Valencia, sorry. Catherine Joanne Curran. Timothy Wright Domenico. Troy Brian Derrock. Kristen Nicole Dashbaugh. Cavan Davies. Kayla Ray Davison, cum laude. Christopher Del Zampo. Nicholas Jordan Denny Williams. Stephen James DeVitis, sorry. Ethan Del Dillon, cum laude. Michael Forrest Dirksen, magna cum laude. Alexis Gabrielle Disanza, magna cum laude. Grace Louise Disler, cum laude. Carrie Ann Dobler, cum laude. Mariah Dodson, magna cum laude. Rachel Ann Kramer Doherty, magna cum laude. Ayaka Meredith Dowhey. Evan Michael Dorner. Catherine Kristen Dorner, cum laude. Brittany Ariel Dorch, magna cum laude. Caitlin G. Dowd. Alicia Dowell. Samuel Dower. Mary Catherine Driscoll. Natasha Ariane D'Souza, sorry, cum laude. Joshua J. Dubé, magna cum laude. Erin Marie Dyer, magna cum laude. Alexa Easterday, cum laude. Anastasia Marie economo. Aaron Kelly Eichler, cum laude. Jessica Margaret Ellikish, cum laude. Madeline Ann Ellis, magna cum laude. Tamatha Christian Emeding. Lauren Elizabeth England. Mary Ellen Faulkner. Rebecca Jean Farden, cum laude. Veronica M. Farias. Benjamin Reed Ferguson. Ellen Marie Ferguson, summa cum laude. Randall Ian Fishta with distinction. Amanda Marie Field. J.C. Fink. Jamie Lynn Fisher. Nicole Danielle Fisher. Megan Elizabeth Fitzgerald. William Howard Flagg, cum laude. Sean Michael Fleming. Stephanie Lee Flower, summa cum laude. Kohaku Francesca Flynn. David Edward Fong, cum laude. Lauren Ann Forrester. Matthew Charles Foulon. Jessica Fox. Jane Elizabeth Francini, cum laude. Megan Rita Francis. Carmen Dominique Frigulia. Rachel Frickleton. April Lynn Joyu Gagukas. Catherine Eileen Gulasi, magna cum laude. Christopher Harrison Galusa. Catherine Marie Gandolfo. Mary Grace Guiney. Julia Garbuz with distinction. Andrew Robert Garcia. Joshua Tomas Garcia, also receiving a Bachelor of Business Administration. Rachel Anissa Garcia, magna cum laude. Udira Elizabeth Garcia. Margaret Irene Gardner, magna cum laude. Olivia Catherine Geeson, cum laude. Jennifer Michelle Gerlomis, magna cum laude. Lauren Arlene Gibb. Megan Elaine Gilmore. Stephanie Marie Geromo. Erin Marjorie Gogol. Elisa Marie Gogish, magna cum laude. Laurel Marie Golemmer, cum laude. Felicia Marie Gonzalez, cum laude. Aaron James Gonzalez. Ashley Lauren Gonzalez. Jennifer Yvonne Gonzalez. Sorry. Maria Elizabeth Gonzalez, cum laude. Andrew P. Gorini, magna cum laude. Joseph Tanner Collins Gash. Jenna Lee Gruberick, magna cum laude. Casey Mariah Green. Jared Stephen Gregorio. Anne Farrar Gress. Will Carl Grethner, Gonzaga University Regent, please join President McCullough at the stage. Carly Christine Grethner. Kurt Briska Gunther, magna cum laude. Charlotte Guerrero, summa cum laude. Amanda Marie Guerrero, magna cum laude. Jorge Hurtado Guerrero. Brianne Rose Gustafson, cum laude. Thomas Andreas Habel. Kara Haber. Antonia Maria Hall, Marie Hall, cum laude. Catherine Danielle Hall. Nicole Mary Hall. Nicholas Daniel Halliburton, magna cum laude. Stevie Ann Hamilton, cum laude. Lydia Mae Hamster, magna cum laude. Hannah Arisa Hanks, cum laude. Ariel Christine Hanser, cum laude. Trevor Vincent Hensley, cum laude. Timothy Michael Harper, cum laude. Drew Michael Harris, magna cum laude. Grace Elizabeth Harrison, cum laude. Crystal Lynn Hartley. Michael James Harvey, magna cum laude. Denny Marie Hawkins, summa cum laude. Shannon Lee Hawkinson, cum laude. Joshua Haxton. Mercedes Shante Hayes. Alexandra Margaret Hedin. Heidi Elizabeth Hegewald, magna cum laude. Trevor Michael Howman, cum laude. Jennifer Henmer. Christina K. Hendrickson, cum laude. Janessa Cunana Hernandez. Anna Kathleen Hester. Molly Catherine Hutmaker. Catherine Hewitt. Jacqueline Ann Hurt. Peter Francis Hodge, Franklin Hodge, sorry. McGregor James Hodgins, cum laude. Laura Nicole Haig, magna cum laude. Allison Margaret Hogue, cum laude. Kyle Christian Holbrick, cum laude. Rachel Holenbeck, cum laude. Kelsey Christina Hood. David Hoover. Molly Kalama Hopkins, also receiving a Bachelor of Science in Human Physiology. Alan John Hostak, cum laude. Mariah Lindsay Hattel. Ian Williams Houts, cum laude. Kelly Lynn Hughes. Emily Jean Hulsher. Troy Bronson Hunter. Christina Pascal Eutridis, magna cum laude. Kristen Elizabeth Infante, magna cum laude. Colleen Mary Igwaldson. Toby Shizua Ishizusaka, cum laude. Centered Israel. Kelsey Paulette Jackson, cum laude. Megan Kayano Ahi Jackson. Olivier Janine. Mary Kathleen Jantz, cum laude. Catherine Elizabeth Jensen, cum laude. Jordan Edward Jin. Ellen Hepplewhite, Joe Cursed, cum laude. Alexandra Pauline Jones. Catherine Page Jones, cum laude. Bryce James Jordan. Second Lieutenant Bryce James Jordan. Catherine Kylie Island Joyce. Montana Marie Judd. cum laude. Shelley Catherine Jupiter. Rianne Kathleen Cayley. Lawrence Anthony Kane, magna cum laude. Natalie Brianne Kaza. Sarah Beth Katz with distinction. Hope Louise Keeney with distinction. Jacob William Emmett Carney, I know that, magna cum laude. Blair Catherine Kelly, magna cum laude. John Alden Kelly, cum laude. Daniela Christine Kendall. Molly Beth Kernan. Shireen Ann Kinda. Catherine Grant Curdahy, cum laude. Joshua Lee Kirk with distinction. Amanda Nicole Cusilia, magna cum laude. Angela Danielle Clementson, sorry. Brianne Michelle Nittle. Tyler Julian Knopp, cum laude. David Matthew Kohler. Sarah Sheila Combs, magna cum laude. Henry Michael Cornegay. Brian Anthony Koschelsa. Three syllables are hard. Victoria Rose Crone, cum laude. Rachel Koo, magna cum laude. Rebecca Alicia Cool. Carlin Ashley Curatal. Joseph Alexander Lamotte, cum laude. Myra Catherine Lane. John Lapke Jr. Tessa Laverne. Brandon David Lawyer. Jonathan Lee. Ann Kirsten Leander. Victoria Diane Young Ledesma, summa cum laude. Cassandra Leone, magna cum laude. Nicole Hunt Leandowski, cum laude. Amy Elizabeth Lewis. Matthew Daniel Leader, cum laude. Reginald Liggins. Jasmine Kazuko Lane Boer. Carolyn Keohiohi Va Lu, cum laude. Jenna Marie Lochner, magna cum laude. Brianne H. Loomis, magna cum laude. Hannah Rose Lorenz, cum laude. Second Lieutenant Stevie Ray Lugo. Stephen William Lund. Lauren Elizabeth Lynch, cum laude. Danielle Elizabeth Lyons, cum laude. Scott Mailhead. Andrew Aguilar Maldonado. John Malahan. Arena S. Malava. Jonathan Charles Manley. Eric James Martin. John James Martin, also receiving a Bachelor of Business Administration. Marshall Martin. Diana Sarah Martinez. Elizabeth Martinez. Andrew James Maskell. Thomas Mark Matlich. Socia Matthews. Marlis Noel Maxim. Brianna O'Connell May, cum laude. Mary Catherine McAleer. Patrick James MacArthur. Haley Marie McCracken, magna cum laude. Sarah Elizabeth McDade. Margaret Elaine McGuire, magna cum laude. Keiko Colleen McAnally, cum laude. Scott Edward McIntyre. Amy McLaughlin. Karen Farrell McManus, cum laude. Lindsay Christine McMurdo. Malia Christina Medeiros. Joffrey Eric Melder. Blakely Allen Meng. Christine Louise Mentel. Nicholas Merchant, cum laude. Reese Frederick Merrill Curry. Jonathan Singer Meyer. Brittany Lynn Miller. Lucy Zoe Marie Miller, magna cum laude. Ricky Miller. Savannah Leanne Miller. Megan Mitchell. Morgan Mitty, cum laude. Caitlin Bailey Monahan, cum laude. Amelia Julianne Monroe, magna cum laude. Jonathan Martin Mora. Will Scott Morris, Gonzaga University trustee, please join President McCullough at the center of the stage. Matthew J. Morris. Miranda Deanne Moses.
Well, there we go.
Courtney Elizabeth Mueller. Kayla Jung Mule, cum laude. Ian Thomas Mulligan. Catherine Mulvaney Kemp, cum laude. Second Lieutenant Catherine Marie Murphy, cum laude. Patricia Jean Murphy. Brian James Nansel with distinction.
Yeah, younger brother, yeah.
Charles Robert Nichols. Meg Meredith Nislanik, summa cum laude. Madeline Kate Nolan, cum laude. Patrick John Noonan, cum laude. Angela Catherine Nordstrom. Mackenzie Reeves Novell. Isaiah Nunez. Emily Marie Newsey. Ryan Sewell Odegaard, cum laude. Joel Chima Omimba Jr. Second Lieutenant Zachary Allen Ogarek, magna cum laude. Dennis Jeffrey Olstrom, summa cum laude. Holly Alum Okal Okinida. Matthew Scott O'Hausen, magna cum laude. Emily Allison Aller. Kimberly Ann Olson. Benjamin Robert Amdo, magna cum laude. Madeline Jill O'Neill. Also graduating today is Madeline's mother, Maria O'Neill, with distinction. Andrew Robert Opila, cum laude. Kylie Marie Orzati. Andrew Gregory Orozco, cum laude. Alexandria Ray Osborne. Brittany Christine Osinga. Ellen Josephine Ocello. Sydney Adi. Basha Jean Otto. John Edmund Palmer. Colin Ryan Parker. Lauren Leela Patterson, magna cum laude. Stephen Jefferson Powers, summa cum laude. Taylor Roel Pedroza. Susan Faye Perez Tennis. Mark James Pettibone, magna cum laude. Dustin Ray Phillips with distinction. Patrick Edward Phillips. Elizabeth Mariel Pickett. Timothy Barnes Pickett, cum laude. Bridget Nicole Pinsano, cum laude. Jacqueline Pittaway, magna cum laude. Tara Imane Poindexter. Lauren Ann Porter. Susan Catherine Portman. Zachary Michael Portney, cum laude. James Francis Power, magna cum laude. Caitlin Teresa Prager, cum laude. Thomas James Quinn, cum laude. Carrie Ann Randall. Allison Elizabeth Rasler. Gabrielle Paul Rouch, sorry. Joanna Roston. Richard Peter Redford. Second Lieutenant Chad Cameron Reeder, cum laude. Drew Davis Reeves. Madeline Reel. Mary Catherine Rapetsky, cum laude. Jocelyn Michelle Rebar. Emily Ann Tyson Rice, magna cum laude. Andrew Joseph Richard. Haley Renee Rieger, cum laude. Lucas Michael Robles. Mallory Jean Rockwell. Peter Daniel Romero. Patrick Kevin Roney, cum laude. Nicole Brooke Rosen, magna cum laude. Emily Rachel Rosenberger, magna cum laude. Jared C. Rosso. Rachel Rowland. Herman Frederick Rudell III. Olivia Boudreau Rugi. Michelle Morgan Rundy, magna cum laude. Andrea Michelle Ryder, cum laude. David Christopher Sackman, magna cum laude. Catherine Safar. Marissa Marie Suley. Davison Marcus Santos. Mutea Selena Sattler. David Jerome Scanlon. Camille Elizabeth Shaw. Salvatore David Schifano, magna cum laude. Amanda Schmitz, magna cum laude. Nicole Schmutz. Allison Nicole Scott, magna cum laude. Joseph Dean Scott. Penelope Ann Scudder. Catherine Ann Seelig, magna cum laude. Madeline Seidner. Morgan Ashley Sellers, cum laude. Laura Marie Sendelbach, cum laude. Claire Hope Seneca. Benjamin Russell Shattuck, magna cum laude. Jake T.M. Tabocchini Sheets. Will Kathleen Shepard, Gonzaga University trustee, please join President McCullough at the center of the stage. David Magnuson Shepard. Andrea Jean Smith, magna cum laude. Second Lieutenant Christopher Eric Smith. Maddie Junice Smith, cum laude. Nicholas Raverino Smolden. Mackenzie Marie Snow, magna cum laude. Chris S. Sukatar. Earl James Spangler. Patrick Spencer Rio. Andrea Anago Stockner, cum laude. Kelly Ann Stanghalley, magna cum laude. Sage Sophia Stargrove, magna cum laude. Douglas Vincent Starkebone, magna cum laude. Laura Ann Stenbridge. Marcus Scott Spees. Catherine Mary Stark. Colin Michael Stevens. Catherine Marie Stewart, cum laude. Erin Michelle Stickley. Britta Christina Stein, magna cum laude. Kate Stoltz. Alicia Michelle Stonerud. Eric Emmanuel Strand, cum laude. Kevin Francis Stratton, cum laude. Corey Daniel Stump, magna cum laude. Jessica Marie Suderman, cum laude. Kristen Lynn Svensson, magna cum laude. Ann C. Zatkowski, cum laude. Danielle Yasmin Takover. Gregory Barry Talbot. Tracy Danielle Turketon. Thank you. James David Taylor. Lindsay Diane Taylor. Kendra Marie Teal. Alan A. Tersakinyan. Erin Maureen Tunell. Ellie Maria Thodell, cum laude. Jason Michael Thompson. Gretchen Guadalupe Tobar. Allison Tokar. Michael Gregory Tamaiko. Edwin Giovanni Torres. Erin Elizabeth Tovey, cum laude. Shelby Alexandra Trike. Karis Marie Cholomitins, cum laude. Yoshutsumi, cum laude. Xianwei Tu. Alicia Marie Tumpop, magna cum laude. Maitai Erkargiego, magna cum laude. Maria Fernanda Valencia Arias. Michael Joseph Valentino. Emma Ann Van Reen. Joseph Patrick Vance. Sean Aaron Vanover. Ryan Emmanuel Vick. Tuyon Vo, cum laude. Margot Lee Wade, magna cum laude. Emily Jean Wakefield, magna cum laude. Christine Angela Waldron. Brianne Faye Walker. Samuel Deacon Wallace. Kyla Jeanette Walsh. Lauren Catherine Walter, magna cum laude. This is Kayla Walter? Oh, Michaela Walter, sorry. Lindsay Helen Walter, magna cum laude. William Kendall Anthony Walmo. Andrew Lewis Warlamont. Amy Rochelle Waterman. Laura Fabiola Watts Sessanu. Taylor Lee Webb. Aubrey Devlin Weber. Emmanuel Bob Ike Chuliko Weekly. Samuel Thomas Wells. Alexandria Lee Wendland. Virginia A. Whalen, summa cum laude. Christine Cole Witt. Lisa Ann Wyatt, cum laude. Kelsey Elaine Wickman. Caitlin Dosette Wilkinson, magna cum laude. Summer Leua Wilkinson, cum laude. Zachary Robert Williams. Catherine Ann Wilmoth, cum laude. Caitlin Marie Wilson. Kyle Spencer Wilson. Brianne Lee Williams. Megan Christine Winters. Andre Nicholas Wolf. Ariel Ann Wood, magna cum laude. Allison Rose Wrightson, cum laude. Isabel Anna Marie Wu. Michael McHugh Wyatt, cum laude. Timothy Yates. John Warren Camille Yen. Jonah Mary Yost. Daniel Jesse Ryan Christopher Zapataki. Hannah Elizabeth Zudi, magna cum laude. Wenyu Zhang. This concludes the conferring of Bachelor of Arts degrees. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Science degree, Bachelor of Science honors. Stephen Anthony Barbarossa, summa cum laude. Also receiving a Bachelor of Arts honors. Thomas Craig Bryan, magna cum laude. Sean Michael Burke, magna cum laude. Sorry about that. John Christopher Culver, summa cum laude. Lindsay Marie Faggio, also receiving a Bachelor of Arts honors. Samuel Stephen Gordon, summa cum laude, also a Bachelor of Arts honors. Jamie Haddock, magna cum laude. Meredith Joy Mason, summa cum laude. Brandon Scott Reeves, summa cum laude. Sarah Joy Ring, magna cum laude. Luke Aaron Webster, magna cum laude. This concludes the conferring of Bachelor's of Science honors degrees. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Science degree. Harris Zia Ansari, also receiving a Bachelor of Arts. Jonathan Albert Barnett. Connor William Barth. Samantha Nalani Bierman. Tierney Ann Bennett, cum laude. Riley Paul Benoit. Sorry. Corinne Elena Biggs. Kayla Jean Boyce-Rank. Sean Robert Boland. Ingman Mario Bollinger. Casey Oaks Booth. Megan Jane Brandon, magna cum laude, also receiving a Bachelor of Business Administration. Taylor Brown, summa cum laude. Colin Zane Burnett. Gregory Joseph Bush. Connor James Cahill. Catherine Ennis Catlin, magna cum laude.
I can't hear a thing you're saying.
Really? Aaron Lee Kiernan Corin, magna cum laude, also receiving a Bachelor of Arts. Christopher Byron Chapman, cum laude. Casey Patrick Collins, cum laude. Marshall Jonathan Davis, magna cum laude. Lindsay Nicole Drake, magna cum laude. Spencer Charles Esau. Ethan Armistead Farrell. Laura Maureen Fisher, cum laude. Emily Jean Forret, magna cum laude. Mitchell Douglas Fry. Erica Lee Fullwider, also receiving a Bachelor of Arts. Nicholas T. Gamboa, magna cum laude. Tara Carey Garshak. Keegan John Gies, cum laude. Okay, thank you. Anna Marie Garcia, cum laude. William Rob Glenny. Francis Jamo Chuago, cum laude. Melanie Jane Grant. Zachary James Gray. John Robert Green IV, magna cum laude, also a Bachelor of Arts. Nicole Leanne Green. Lindsay James Gummel. Janaea Gummel, sorry. Christina Marie Gussi, also a Bachelor of Arts. Emily Elizabeth Hamad. Marin Ann Hatcher. Catherine Claire Heffelnger. Kelsey Hefferman. Carly L. Hennessy, cum laude. Kinoe La Hu A Ho. Eric Allen Hoffman. Alexander Kirk Hofstetter. Alexis Jade Holder, cum laude. Julia Alexandra Hubbard, cum laude. Paul Robert Hughes, magna cum laude. Emily Louise Hutchins. Laura Rose Hilden. Derek William Jarvis. Kevin Ross Johnson, cum laude. Taylor Ann Johnson. Joel Ethan Kane, cum laude. Connor Scott Kelly. Lauren Elizabeth Kuhn, summa cum laude. John Kudhara. Suzanne Georgette Lacour, also receiving a Bachelor of Arts. Andrew Conrad LeBrun. Edward Zhang Hui Lee. Yuan Kuyang Lee. Heriberto Lopez. Morgan Nicole Manchester, cum laude. Hannah Marie Mao Newby. Catherine Marie McCarthy. Brett Ashley McCubermy. Kelsey Marie McAvoy, cum laude. Kylie Victor Neal, magna cum laude. Tuimi Fawn Nguyen, cum laude. Chasina Teja Olis. Jennifer Joanne O'Loughlin. Crystal Mercedes Orta. Taylor Oswald. James Palmer, cum laude. Nathan Morgan Peck, summa cum laude. Morgan Victoria Phillips. Kylie Marie Pierce. Cubby M. Pierre, cum laude. Eric Thomas Peel, cum laude, also receiving a Bachelor of Arts. Madeline Claire Pinkerton. Christine Leilani Powers. Second Lieutenant Alexander James Reynolds, cum laude. Taylor Marie Rutledge. Joseph Stephen Ryan, cum laude. Michaela Marie Sander. Thomas Ian Sheffer, cum laude. Monica Marie Schroll. Benjamin Patrick Sexton. Matthew Jordan Smith, summa cum laude. Carly Jo Snyder. Bethany Marie Soba, cum laude. Kyle Scott Stemets. Anna Marie Swan. Charles Michael Thompson, cum laude. Chase Robert Thompson, cum laude, also receiving a Bachelor of Arts. Amelia Jane Tiederman, cum laude. Tara Togstead, cum laude. Dana Christopher Walters. Michael Stephen West, cum laude. Ashley Teresa Wildman, cum laude. Andrew Tyler Williams. Cynthia Wu, summa cum laude. Jake Zaragoza, cum laude. This concludes the conferring of degrees in the College of Arts and Sciences. David Michael Bank, a member of Gonzaga University class of 2013, came to Gonzaga in the fall of 2009 from Cody, Wyoming, where he was salutatorian of his high school class. David majored in mathematics with a minor in analytic finance and was a member of the Hogan Entrepreneurial Program, Leadership Program. A kind, compassionate, and loyal friend, David died on April 18th of this year. Gonzaga University is grateful to David's parents, Deborah and Jerry Bank, who have come here today to accept the degree of Bachelor of Arts for their son, David Michael Bank.
Dr. Ken Anderson, Associate Dean of the School of Business Administration and Professor of Business Management, will now present the degree candidates in the School of Business Administration.
Good afternoon. President McCullough and Vice President Killen, by virtue of the authority vested in Gonzaga University by the state of Washington, I have the pleasure of presenting to you the following candidates for the degrees in the School of Business Administration. Al Hanouf Al Thorwa. Nicholas Brian Albert, magna cum laude. Bronson Michael Alagriga. Christopher John Andel, cum laude. Maxwell Eric Bear. Veronica Louise Ballard. Molly Jeanette Bankson, magna cum laude. Christian Reardon Bannock. Shelby James Barcash. Abigail Jean Barr. Alejandro Barrientos. Mario Barrientos. Nicholas Brandon Bates. Benjamin Leo Bateson. Andrew Clark Batinovich. Kara Marie Berlin, cum laude. Ashley Marie Berry. Lauren Elizabeth Berry, magna cum laude. Joel Anthony Batanti. Brian Halligan Biggs. Tori Francis Birkin. Alexandra Samantha Tom Bjornstad. Brian Thomas Bosnack. Second Lieutenant Ryan Ford Bressler, cum laude. Lillian Merle Bruce, cum laude. Waco Thorn Budazulich. Brian Samuel Burgess. Nicholas Gregory Ketcharelis. Anthony John Camara. Christopher K. Cameron. Kyle Christopher Campbell, cum laude. Emily Elizabeth Carlson. Austin Gibbs Carrillo. Nina Catherine Catalano, cum laude. Rubena Chela, magna cum laude. Letitia Chang. Matthew Ryan Charbonneau. Matthew Robert Chartier. Douglas Don Chesney. Michael Christensen. Jessica Renee Christians, cum laude. Sandra Nicole Conley, magna cum laude. Amanda Christine Corey, summa cum laude. Will Father Bernard Coughlin of the Society of Jesus, University Chancellor, please join President McCullough at the center of the stage. Brittany Helen Coughlin. Mary Kayleen Orozco Cox. Casey Robert Kremen. Melissa May Colbert. Nicholas Paul Cunningham, summa cum laude. Cosette Marie Custodio, also receiving a Bachelor of Arts. Erin Dahlman, magna cum laude. Jacqueline Christine Daltoso. Yvette Davila. Graham Stephen Davis. Savannah Marie Davis. Joseph David Davison. Paul Joseph Delino. Christopher David DeVore, cum laude. Andrea Elaine DePofi, cum laude. Catherine Ann Dobbs, magna cum laude. Sabrina Amy Doman. Julian Michael Dominguez. Sierra Michelle Dowling. Ryan Joseph Downey. Taylor Drake. Sean Patrick Dunn. Michelle Teresa Dunn, cum laude. Timothy Michael Everhart, magna cum laude. Megan Edmonds. Morgan Thomas Eliasson. Thomas McKellar Elliott. Guillermo Espinoza. Jacqueline Janae Evanson, summa cum laude. Emma Mary Fahey. Connor John Farley. M. Sahan Mario Joseph Fernando. Siegfried Fishta III with distinction. Brendan Thomas Fitzpatrick. Connor Patrick Flanagan. Robert Vincent Frame, cum laude. Elizabeth Franke, magna cum laude. David Andrew French, cum laude. Shannon Amelia Gallagher. Adam James Gallion, magna cum laude. Anthony Joseph Galvan. Melissa Rochelle Geis, magna cum laude. Sure, thank you. Madeline George, summa cum laude. The official, unofficial water of Gonzaga University. Thank you. Daniel Odegaard Gokul. Derek Ashton Gomez. Emily Fern Goodnow, magna cum laude. Drew Allen Gorley. William Alexander Greenberg. Sean McDonald Grimditch. Emily Elizabeth Gutowski, cum laude. MacGyver. Courtney Lauren Nicole Hammond. Carla Faye Hansen, cum laude. Timothy Robert Harmon. Sarah Harney. Lindsay Elizabeth Harper, cum laude. Kelsey Marlene Harrell. Nathan Gregory Heinrichs. Haley Lou Heisteman. Naomi Anna Hendricks. Cassie Ann Herringer. Jasmine Hernandez. Trevor Glenn Herron, magna cum laude. Alina Marie Higgins, magna cum laude. William Francis Higgins, magna cum laude. Matthew Daniel Hilger. Gabrielle Susan Holberg. Olivia Ann Hall. Matthew Ryan Hutchinson, magna cum laude. Jared Virgil Imes. Carl Gabriel Ingram. Suzanne Yukiko Iwata, magna cum laude. Brett William Jackson. Jamie Joseph Jackson. Georgia Diane Jacobson. Jesse Janelle James. Anna Victoria Jansen. Darby Annalise Jenkins. Megan Kathleen Jennings. Travis Bush Johnson. Christian Joel Johnson. Eric M. Jones, cum laude. Shannon Christine Kalbflesh. Taylor Michelle Carr. Erica Kelly, magna cum laude. Andrew Scott Kelly, cum laude. Tate Michael Kelly. Carly Dawn Kennedy, cum laude. Kehan Kudivi Dimbali. Kathleen Marie King, cum laude. Helen Marie Check. Heather Marie Check. Jessica Lynn Klein, cum laude. Ryan Eugene Nolan, cum laude. Luke Michael Koch, cum laude. Travis J. Koch. Ryder Harrison Kramer. Brendan Andrew Krieger. Macy Krasneski. Ryan Thomas Katsumi Kunihiro. . Benjamin Warren Lance, cum laude. Lindsay May Lawson, cum laude. Brian James Leahy. Jared Scott Lee. Jordan Lee Lehrman. Molly Lynn Life. Allison Marie Leon, cum laude. Michael David Little. Cameron Moyer Lobach. Ryan Elliott Lojo, magna cum laude. Annalise Lund. Stephen Richard Lund, cum laude. Payson Lord McWilliam Jr., magna cum laude. Jordan Madrid. Tyson Timothy Marchand. Laura Ann Maroshak, cum laude. Brian Anthony Mattis, cum laude. William Noble McCahill. Ashley Nicole McCarthy, magna cum laude. Matthew Timothy McCoy. Stuart Charles McDonald. Stephen Michael McAvoy. John McKenna. Jeffrey M. McRobert. Mark Christopher McRoski. Vincent Patrick Matee. Megan Elizabeth Milkovich. Elizabeth Catherine Miller. Dragana Milovanovic, cum laude. Laura Catherine Mock, cum laude. Tabish Mohammed. Haley Michelle Moore. Michael David Morgan. Nicholas Robert Mowell. Amanda Murray. Garrett Elliott Muser, cum laude. Ryan Neal. Emily Ann Nelson, magna cum laude. Kayla Marie Nelson, cum laude. Emily Catherine Newman, magna cum laude. Michelle Marie O'Brien. Brian Joseph O'Connell, cum laude. Kenneth John O'Connell. Kyle Desmond O'Connor, magna cum laude. Catherine Elizabeth Olson. Kristen Mary Olson. Kelly T. Olenek. Han Tun Owl. Catherine Marie O'Toole. Dane Thomas Gerard Pavlik. Brian Allen Payson, magna cum laude. Jacob Matthew Perry, cum laude, also receiving a Bachelor of Science. Amanda Nguyen Pham, cum laude. Tyler Justin Pfeiffer, cum laude. Lauren Alexis Phillips, magna cum laude. Ian Michael Piddock. Matthew Pullman. Agnishika Mara Pomokala, magna cum laude. Tumera Aline Pumphrey. Caitlin Elizabeth Pursley, magna cum laude. Mark Timothy Reagan. Samuel David Rainey. Bazit Razepi. Close. Michelle Lee Reed. Jessica Ariel Rawald. Kaya Marie Reinven Haas, magna cum laude. Nicholas Alexander Rhodes, cum laude. Patrick George Ritchie. John Robert Richmond. Daniel Wesley Rinker. Martha Nayeli Rios Quintana. Carrie Ann Roberts. Joseph Patrick Robinson. Myra Ebeth Rodriguez. John Remington Rohr. Nicholas Russell Ramju, cum laude. Quentin Alexander Ronquillo. Ashley Noel Ruin, summa cum laude. Heather Ann Ryan. Melissa Ann Sanford. Robert Michael Santucci, Jr., cum laude. Michael David Scafidi. Austin Joseph Scara. Christina Lucille Schmutz. Michael John Sebastianelli. Canada Carla Segura, magna cum laude. Paige Sharp, cum laude. Connor Joseph Shepard. Rachel Schiffer. Gregory Scott Slout. Emily Danielle Smyrnus. Andrew Michael Smith, cum laude. Kirby Stryker Smith. Erin Elizabeth Springer, cum laude. Tyler Stoddaker. David James Stockton. Kelsey Ann Stoser, magna cum laude. Thane David Street. Austin Edward Sohey. Lauren Michelle Sullivan, cum laude. Kersey Lynn Sutherland Heron. Lauren Ann Tellarita, magna cum laude. Matthew John Tate. Adam Russell Thies. William Connor Thorne, magna cum laude. Jennifer Van Cott. Megan Vanderslice. Maximilian Van Trojan. Winona Natasha Voss, magna cum laude. Alejandro Ventura. Erin Monique Verstega. Parker Meehan Vido. Sophia Jean Marie Waltier. Chase Daniel Wanamaker. Sonny Pierre Wang. Kayla Marie Watson. Endurance, Obunda Stacy Wiki. Crystal Lee Wells. Sloan Mariah Westerman. Andrew William White, magna cum laude. Blake Austin Whitmere. John Michael Williams. Renata Williams, magna cum laude. Sean Withers. Miles William Whitmire, cum laude. Will Fritz Wolf, Gonzaga University trustee, please join President McCullough at the center of the stage. Jesse Wolf III, also receiving a Bachelor of Arts. Joseph J. Worthy, magna cum laude. Con Young. Kyle Anthony Young, cum laude. Andrew Joseph Zollner. This concludes the conferring of degrees in the School of Business Administration.
Dr. John Sunderland, Dean of the School of Education, will now present the degree candidates in the School of Education.
President McCullough and Vice President Killen, by virtue of the authority vested in Gonzaga University by the state of Washington, I have the pleasure of presenting to you the following candidates for degrees from the School of Education. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Education in Physical Education degree. Nicole Deanna Engler, magna cum laude. Marnie Kazarian, cum laude. Andrew Lorenzo Sangle Licadini. Carl Cole Myers. Tyler Jacob Olson. Andrew James Patton. Prudence Ann Teitzel. Kelsey Weary, cum laude. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Education in Sport Management degree. Troy Aldragna. Nicholas James Tiberius Brown. Susan Lynn Brown. Matthew Lyons Cacciarellis, cum laude. Aaron Henry Conklin. Alan Henry Conklin. Guy Landry Eddy. David Errol Fauntleroy, cum laude. Hannah Alexandra Gutierrez Feliciano, cum laude. Tice Nicholas Foster. Nicholas Paul Harden. Elias John Michael Harris. Stephen Lawrence Hertz, Jr. Samuel Mark Hilder, cum laude. Eric Bradley Larson. Philip John Daniel Noahs, magna cum laude. Hayden Palmer. Marcus Everett Parker. Robert Daniel Sanders. Bennett Schultz. Rachel Margaret Wright. Lauren Shayla Zutenhorst, magna cum laude. following students are receiving a Bachelor of Education in Special Education honors. Michaela Nicole Jones, summa cum laude. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Education in Special Education. Kirsten Michelle Moore Austin, also receiving a Bachelor of Arts. Kaylin Haley Albudi. Hadil Athara. Carrie Michelle Crow Longman, cum laude. Lindsay Meredith DeLong, magna cum laude. Molly Kathleen Dundon, magna cum laude. Jessica Rose Griffith. Hannah Olivia Gutting McKay, cum laude. Kelsey Marie Harris, cum laude. Taylor McCall Hott Frazier. Rosemary Patricia Hoagland, magna cum laude. Laura Kroll, cum laude. Rose Martell. Morgan Kathleen McCarthy. Sarah Elizabeth Milburn. Anna Maria Mortensen. Emily Catherine Pfaff. Barbara Ann Schell. Samantha Rose Spalding, magna cum laude. Margaret J. Ward, cum laude. This concludes the conferring of degrees from the Special School of Education.
Dr. Stephen Silliman, Dean of the School of Engineering and Applied Science, will now present the degree candidates in the School of Engineering and Applied Science.
President McCullough and Vice President Killen, by virtue of the authority vested in Gonzaga University by the state of Washington, I have the pleasure of presenting to you the following candidates for the degrees in the School of Engineering and Applied Science. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering. Nolan William Anderson. Stefan Enrique Arana. Joshua Adam Ariola. Lucho Bach. Clark Cameron Ballantine. Second Lieutenant Christopher James Pertenhagen. Kevin Michael Blumhart. Ammon Bostic. Rachel Grace Chandler. Lorena Renee Croucher. Samantha K. Engel, magna cum laude. Marcus Leo Erlenbusch. Son Aris Fowler. Matthew Fuentes. Ty Nicholas Janella. Martin Hafer Gomez. Levin Manoy Guillermo, summa cum laude. Nicholas Jiwoon Ha, cum laude. Second Lieutenant Michael Adam Hapeli. Stephen James Helcom. Zachary James Hanson. George Jeffrey Hyland. Brendan Robert Hullenbach, magna cum laude. Daniel Warren Jacobs. Alex Michael Johnson, cum laude. Thomas Jordan. Andrew C.E. Leonard. Joseph Valentin Liberto. Rochelle Meckenbauer. Richard Malcolm Mills. Tiana Anne-Marie Felipe Nakosone. Matthew Stephen Nava. Christian Estrella Nichols. Amy Michelle Nicolas. Eric Christian Nielsen. Casey May Neuenhaus. Will Paul Nowak, Professor and Associate Dean in the School of Engineering, please join President McCullough at the center of the stage. James Charles Nowak, magna cum laude. Marco Andres Oragia Quintana. Matthew Jerry Padilla. Victoria McCallum Sander. Dylan Schwartz. Brian A. Schleiger. Dylan Jeffrey Stalnecker. Scott Andrew Stallman. Christopher Alexander Stepovich II. Katerina P. Tednovitz. Caitlin Cheyenne Thompson, cum laude. Daniel James Zimmy. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering. Kevin Robert Beck. Zachary James Costello. Colin Robert Dio. Gregory Ryan Dewey. Alexander Dempsey Harris. David Philippe Kanda. Daniel Jacob Ram. Marvin Jake Makadangdang Rumbao. Zachary Kane Scott. Nathaniel Atkins Went, summa cum laude. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science degree. Tiffany Yisong Arnold. Gabriel Alejandro Castellanos. In honor of Oregon, Gabe's service dog and faithful companion, President McCullough will be presenting Oregon with a bulldog scarf collar and a certificate that reads, Certificate of Achievement. This certificate is proudly awarded to Oregon in honor of him being made an honorary Bulldog of Gonzaga. This certificate has been signed by our president and bears the university seal. Zia Hua Chong, magna cum laude. Bradley Curtis Clementson. Ryan Michael Draper. Riley Nicole Englund. Chadwick Paul Gray, magna cum laude. Andrew Kuhn Hin He. Marshall Patrick Herson. Paul Jewell. Tiernan Edward O'Rourke. Tyler Nicholas Pacheco, cum laude. Taylor Robert Summers. Sabrina Shornek Topasho. Tyler Garrett Weeks. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering degree. Daniel Joseph Austin. Brett Benjamin Bazaldola. Michael David DeHaan. Catherine Ann DeGrief, magna cum laude. Tara Nova Donnelly. Rizal Vito Salud Flores, magna cum laude. Kenneth J. Johnson Jr. Catherine Ann Kearns. Christopher Joseph Robin King. Rodney Morey. Nicholas Joseph Cusaro.
Thanks, Dean Silliman.
John Reinhardt, magna cum laude. Tyler M. Schneider, magna cum laude. Jaboni Ali Totale Rojo. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Science in Engineering Management degree. Austin Price Alexander. Connor Jonathan Best. Joseph Francis Ferris. Spencer Joseph Fry. Larissa Ann House. Oscar Fernando Marmolejo. Michael James Matre. Michael Christian Ricci. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering honors degree. Alyssa Sacheye Imai, magna cum laude. Adam Lee Nakimken, magna cum laude. The following students are receiving a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering degree. Alexandra Elaine Anderson, magna cum laude. Zachariah Mark Colton Barnes, summa cum laude. Christopher Michael Benschuf, cum laude. Lauren Ashley Burgum. Ronald Albert Beyer. Eric Anthony Boquides, cum laude. Brett James Bolier. Jordan Robert Brenner, magna cum laude. Jason Patrick Curry. Laura D. Doman. Aaron Charles Estes. Gregory John Federico. Beck Hans Fritchie, magna cum laude. John Frank Gallegos III. Taylor Franklin Goad. Thomas Duane Grant. Nathan Allen Green. Aaron Matthew Grenz, magna cum laude. Kelsey Guest. Carrie Ann Jensen, cum laude. Ryan Alexander Kales. Nicole Jean Kissinger. Justin Tyler Larson Miller, magna cum laude. Megan Eurico Miley. Matthew Francis May. Bruce McCall. James Allen Mertens, summa cum laude. Erica Lynn Merkling. Taylor Ann Moravec, cum laude. Adam William Neer. Timothy William Nichols. John Thomas Oven. Dylan Ford Parker. Yasmin Perez. Juan Oxmar Lupercio Ramirez. Samuel Patrick Shoemaker. Daniel George Sinner with distinction. Esteban Soto. Will L. Stadtmuller, Gonzaga University Regent, please join President McCullough at the center of the stage. Caitlin Stadtmuller. Yanlin Sun. William Kyle Tiedemann. Nicholas Matthew Tron. Sammy Sanchan Vopukdi. Thomas Witt, also receiving a Bachelor of Science. Gabe William Weedle. Dwayne Leonard Williams, Jr. Jacob Lee Wright. Paul Yabro. Sajir Youssef. This concludes the conferring of degrees in the School of Engineering and Applied Science.
Dr. Joe Albert, Acting Dean of the School of Professional Studies Leadership Division, will now present degree candidates in the School of Professional Studies.
President McCullough and Vice President Killen, by virtue of the authority vested in Gonzaga University by the state of Washington, I have the pleasure of presenting to you the following candidates for the degree of Bachelor of General Studies in the School of Professional Studies. Betty J. Hork. Sandra C. Sharp, magna cum laude. And this concludes the conferring of Bachelor of General Studies degrees.
Dr. Tina Geithner, Co-Acting Dean of the School of Professional Studies Health Division, will now present the degree candidates in Human Physiology in the School of Professional Studies.
President McCullough and Vice President Killen, by virtue of the authority vested in Gonzaga University by the state of Washington, I have the pleasure of presenting to you the following candidates for the Human Physiology degrees in the School of Professional Studies. Christine Ann Chichery. Margaret Jean Dixon. No Taylor? Jonathan Dressler. Michelle Christian Eastwood, cum laude. Sydney Lynn Eliason, cum laude. Veronica Rose Gieser, summa cum laude. Danielle Marie Clausen. Victor Christopher Collar. Vineet Kumar Mendarata. Kaya Lori Mills, magna cum laude. Jason Thomas Nadeau, summa cum laude. Andre Jordan Popich, magna cum laude. Second Lieutenant Samuel Robert Sheehan. Emily Catherine Thomas, cum laude. Congrats. Catherine Lynn Whitlock, summa cum laude. Ryan Lee Wong, cum laude. This concludes the conferring of Bachelor of Science in Human Physiology degrees. Thanks.
Dr. Lynn Murphy, co-acting Dean of the School of Professional Studies Health Division, will now present the degree candidates in nursing in the School of Professional Studies.
President McCullough and Vice President Killen, by virtue of the authority vested in Gonzaga University by the state of Washington, I have the pleasure of presenting to you the following candidates for nursing degrees in the School of Professional Studies. Kayla Aldridge, Carla K. Belensky, with distinction. Thank you. Kaylani Rose Barbo, Alicia Marie Javier Boak, Lauren Michelle Bokovets, magna cum laude, Claudia Kimberly Burton, Megan Olivia Camper, Bren Elizabeth Donley, Caitlin Kiono Drew, cum laude, Ashley Marie Emerson, magna cum laude, Emma Niket Fritz, cum laude, Sean P. Garvey, Taylor Alexandra Gowan, cum laude, Emily Yvonne Grant, Kelsey Eileen Gurney, Shannon Miyoko Hashiguchi, Kayla Loy Heiner, magna cum laude, Haley Lynn Hulbert, cum laude, Natalie King Kearns, Shelby Ray Mason, Taylor Marie Mathiasen, cum laude, Dina McCary, Carlina Mariah McGinnis, Alexis Ray Miller, cum laude, Sydney Brianna Minkler, Christine M. Mulindangwe, Andrea Monet Navarre, Cynthia Ann Pace, Allison Patricia Renner, Brianna Maria Rickers, Jamie Lee Ryan, Morgan Elizabeth Sad, Alexandra Eleanor Schwartz, cum laude, Zoe A. Shuam Hardy, Allison Gardina Slamkowski, cum laude, Taylor Ann Smiley with distinction, Shannon Joy Stevens, Tyler Jordan Tactoran, Jamie Michelle Van Lith, Phoebe Claire Wydell, cum laude, Second Lieutenant Miley Marie Wilson, cum laude, Taylor Akimi Yamashita, cum laude, Tara Nicole Zeneker, this concludes the conferring of degrees in the School of Professional Studies.
Graduates, it is very appropriate at this time to thank the faculty who have guided, challenged, and prepared you over your years at Gonzaga. Your faculty members are enormously proud of your achievements, and they are delighted that you are here with us this morning as we celebrate your commencement. The faculty are seated in the front rows on the floor. Please rise and join me in a round of applause for your teachers and mentors, the Gonzaga University faculty members. Please be seated. We're getting close. I now invite Dr. McCullough and Father Patrick Lee, Provincial of the Society of Jesus, Oregon Province, to come to the podium.
In the Society of Jesus, when a Jesuit has been assigned to a particular role or an important project, he has been missioned to do that work by the superior. Sometimes the act of missioning is ceremonially formalized, and in recent years, we have placed the act of your graduation, seniors, in the Jesuit context of a mission. It is my privilege to invite the Provincial Superior of the Society of Jesus, Oregon Province, the Very Reverend Patrick J. Lee, to be with us to give you your mission as graduates of this Jesuit university.
Thank you, Thane. As provincial, I missioned Thane to head the work of Gonzaga University. And on behalf of the Society of Jesus, I wish to thank him for the great work he's done here in the leadership of the University of Gonzaga. I also wish to thank Thane for the leadership that he has taken among the 28 Jesuit colleges and universities in the United States. And in addition, as he met with our Father General in Rome earlier this year, I thank him for the leadership he is taking among the universities that the Society of Jesus has throughout the entire world. I invite the faculty members who have guided you in your educational journey to rise, turn, and join me in extending your arm over these, our graduates, as today we mission them. To you, graduates, the class of 2013, our prayer for you is to go forth and to live the fullness of life, to appreciate along the way that the journey is as important as the destination, that trials endured do indeed make us stronger, that risks taken increase not only our chances of success, but our capacity to cope. That facing the unknown allows us to know ourselves more deeply, and that choosing to be fully alive creates life for everyone around you. On this day, we mission you to go forth and with your gifts to inspire and set the world aflame. And we ask God's eternal blessing upon each of you. Amen.
Today is the day that together with your family and friends, we honor you, our graduates, and all that you have accomplished. We share in your hopes and dreams for the future. As we send you off, our graduates of 2013, we hope that each and every one of you will continue to search for truth and understanding and to embrace all the challenges that life will bring with open minds, open hearts, and courageous spirits. It is our hope that you will remember us and come back to visit often. On behalf of all who are here present, I also formally express our gratitude to Dr. Felix Arepa, our honoree, for being with us today. President McCullough, faculty, and honored guests, it is my pleasure to present to you the graduating class of 2013. Please stand for the benediction, which will be offered by Father Steve Cooter of the Society of Jesus, Rector of the Gonzaga Jesuit Community.
This prayer this prayer is not going to work without a rousing amen at the end. And amen is biblical for play ball. So, oh God, we accept your loving gaze upon us all this afternoon, and we ask your special blessing on these graduates whom Gonzaga University sends forth to represent all that it holds dear. We have missioned them, and now we send them forth with the words of the wise Indian Jesuit Tony DeMello, who said as he looked out at a gathering just like this, "Extend your arms in welcome to the future. The best is yet to come." And to this we all say, through Jesus Christ our Lord,
Thank you, Father Cooter. I invite each graduate and your families to a social in the field house of the Martin Center on the Gonzaga campus immediately following this ceremony. The university's 120th commencement ceremony is in fact now concluded.